Representatives are still helping other customers. Please continue to hold.
Did you know that this monitor doesn't work? I'm using the one next to me, but did you know that that's blank for the commission? Okay, well, I'm just, and so is this, they're both.
Okay.
Oh, so was that?
Oh. They were fine.
They were, huh? Okay, well, I didn't touch it, this was all.
Okay.
Anyway, so we're gonna start up again, so you ready? Okay, good. It is 1:10 PM. We're back on the record, and I need to hear from Pride regarding continuing the case tomorrow.
So I'm just thinking this through.
Yeah.
I do have some questions for the land person. Let me just double check.
They're Coterra's land person?
Yeah, because I'm thinking, after we're done with Mr. Gifford's redirect, it's going to be
Right.
Coterra's turn, right?
Yeah.
So, I have a few questions, but for the land person, and then a few questions for the geology person. And then, of course, I'm going to have questions for Mr. Weinkoff. I don't think I have any questions for Mr. Boyle. So it's possible that we could get done today,
Okay.
but
right.
it's possible that we may want to come back in the morning. The one thing that I was going to mention is that I'm hoping we can do written closings.
Okay. We haven't gotten to that yet.
Yeah, so that would cut off some time from what we would need here at hearing.
All right. So
if we
what
agree
we'll
to
do
that.
is we have to let the court reporter know, I'm going to give you a deadline of 3:30 to let us know.
Okay,
Okay, because if we need him tomorrow, then we have to let him know by 3:30 today. And if we have him reserved for tomorrow already, but if we're not going to use him, we have to let him know by 3:30 so we can cancel tomorrow. not
okay.
be billed for it.
I should be able to
Okay,
figure out if I'm gonna grill
perfect.
Mr. Weinkoff
Okay.
any longer by 3:30.
Which witness were we, was it Mr. Gifford still?
Mr.
Yeah,
Gifford,
so you were doing redirect.
I'm going to do redirect.
Very good. Mr. Gifford? All right. Ms. Shaheen, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Gifford, I just have a couple of lines of questioning that I want to review with you. Let's start with the last one. Do you recall the last line of questioning by Mr. Zemsky regarding Pride's review of and comparison of Third Bone Spring wells and Wolf Camp A wells?
Yes.
Do you recall that line of questioning earlier?
Yes.
And did you understand Mr. Zemski's question? Or I should say questions?
I think I might have misunderstood his questions a bit.
Did you look at, or did Pride look at Wolfcamp wells within the vicinity, Wolfcamp A wells within the vicinity of this proposal?
Well, there are none within the vicinity of this proposal.
Okay, and when you say the vicinity of this proposal, what area are you talking about?
Within generally, a mile away.
Okay, so within a mile in any direction, is that right?
Yes.
So basically in a square feet, that's square miles of like 9 square miles. Would that adequately describe the area
Yes.
that there are no Wolfcamp A wells? Where are the closest Wolfcamp A wells that you are aware of?
So there are no comparable Wolfcamp wells, like I said, within the immediate area of about 1 mile that have no baffle in place, as we've previously discussed. But I would say about possibly 3 to 4 miles away, there would be Wolfcamp wells to the east.
And those are Wolfcamp A wells?
Yes.
And is the geology 3 to 4 miles to the east the same as it is here?
Absolutely not. It's completely different.
So to your knowledge, there are no wells that are comparable to Pride's proposed well and Coterra's proposed well within a 9 square mile area. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Zemski also asked you some questions that had to do with some math and the $1.4 million less that Pride's AFE is. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do recall.
And he made the point that Coterra has a 41.25 interest and would, if Coterra drilled its well, if I understand correctly, it would pay for 41.25% of the overage that the Coterra well would cost. Is that right?
Yes.
And he also similarly pointed out that Pride would pay 12.5% more if Coterra drilled its well. Is that your understanding of that testimony?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Now, it's true that there's another about approximately 46.25%, right? That's owned by other working interest owners. Is that right?
Correct.
And so all of those other interest owners would be required to pay an additional 46.25% times 1.4 million in costs if Coterra drilled its well. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay. Did that bring up any recross for you, Mr. Zemski?
Oh, just a couple questions. Mr. Gifford, just to follow up on the 48%, so not represented by either Pride's interest or Coterra's interest. Many of those have remained, many of those got the well proposals, but are remaining neutral in this proceeding, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
So none of them said, oh, wait, this is $1.4 million more. I'm going to support Pride over Coterra, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. McClure, did that bring up anything for you?
Nothing here, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, Mr. Gifford, thank you for your testimony. Please remain available, but you're excused for now. Ms. Shaheen, does that rest your case in chief? Very good. Thank you, Ms. Shaheen. Mr. Zimsky, why don't you make a brief opening statement of why the division should choose Coterra and not Pride? And then we'll get your first witness on the witness stand.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
In Coterra's case in chief, I will present testimony from 4 expert witnesses along with supporting exhibits to demonstrate that Coterra's proposed development plan is reasonable, prudent, and consistent with the prevention of waste and protection of correlative rights. To promote efficiency and avoid unnecessary repetition, I want to ask witness to restate their written direct testimony verbatim as you instructed us. Instead, I will highlight the key points of that testimony and have each witness explain the exhibits accompanying the written submission so that the record clearly reflects the basis for their conclusions. What follows a brief overview of the testimony and evidence that Coterra will present. Ashley St. Pierre, Coterra's landman, will testify regarding ownership of the subject's lands. Her testimony exhibits will be consistent with and corroborated by the ownership evidence submitted by Pride. She will establish that Coterra owns 41.25% working interest in Wolfbone and obtain participation elections from an additional 6.9375% of the working interest owners, and that Pride only owns a 12.5% working interest. She will address the depth severance between the Third Bone Spring and Upper Wolfcamp intervals of the Wolfbone Pool, and will explain that the only parties affected by this depth severance, Coterra and Pride, have agreed to a 50-50 allocation of production between those intervals. Importantly, she will explain that this allocation disproportionately disadvantages Coterra, which owns a greater interest in the Third Bone Spring interval than the Upper Wolfcamp interval. She will testify regarding the well proposals and AFEs that Coterra provided to all working interest owners, and will establish that Coterra made good faith efforts to communicate with and obtain participation from those owners concerning its development plan. Finally, she will testify regarding the good faith efforts made by both Coterra and Pride to resolve these contested matters without the need for a hearing on competing development plans. Stacy Fry, Coterra's geologist, will present geological testimony and exhibits related to the subject lands. As a general matter, her testimony would be consistent with Pride's geological evidence, including the conclusion that the north-south well orientation is the preferred orientation in this area. Ms. Fry will also address the depth severance between the Third Bone Spring and Upper Wolfcamp intervals and the Wolfbone Pool and the parties' agreement to a 50-50 production allocation between those intervals. Kent Weinkoff, Coterra's reservoir engineer, will testify, depending on your rulings, regarding the comparative risk associated with the parties' proposed development plans, each party's ability to prudently operate those plans, and the implications for waste prevention. Mr. Wyckoff will also address factors affecting the efficient recovery of reserves from the subject lands, including relative costs and operational efficiencies. His testimony will support Coterra's position that its proposal to develop the Third Bone Spring interval of the Wolfbone Pool by targeting it is superior to Pride's proposed target of the Upper Wolfcamp interval. Finally, Calvin Boyle, Coterra's facilities engineer, will testify regarding Coterra's history of prudent operations, including the use of tankless battery facilities. He will explain how those facilities outperform traditional tank systems, reducing emissions, minimizing the risk of equipment failures, and improving flash gas capture. And there will be testimony regarding the increased cost of the tank facility, the tankless battery facilities, and all the environmental benefits that such facilities provide to the general public. Mr. Boyle will demonstrate that Coterra's operations reduce flaring and that Coterra has consistently achieved significant reductions in flare intensity, greenhouse intensity, and methane intensity. These are all hallmarks of a prudent operator. Finally, he will establish the approval of Coterra's application will result in no additional surface disturbance. In sum, the evidence will show that Coterra's proposed development is technically sound, economically prudent, and environmentally responsible. It prevents waste, protects correlative rights, and reflects good faith cooperation among working interest owners. Based on the testimony exhibits presented, the commission will have a clear and substantial record upon which to grant Coterra's application and approve its proposed development of the subject lands. And that's the end of my closing statement.
Okay, let's call your first witness.
We'll call Ashley St. Pierre.
Miss St. Pierre, I remind you, you're under oath. Go right ahead, Mrs. Zimsky.
Give me 1 second here. Ms. Pierre, can you just identify yourself for the court, for the hearing examiner and the division?
My name is Ashley St. Pierre, and I'm a petroleum landman at Coterra Energy.
I'm going to go through your exhibits briefly. No, exhibit in your statement is Exhibit A. I want to go to Exhibit A1, which is on page 21 of the revised hearing packet. And we'll get that up there. Okay, and can you explain what Exhibit A1 is?
This is our C102 for our Showbiz 301H well.
And was there an issue with a pooling code?
Correct. We did get an email last week from Mr. McClure asking us to correct the pool code and the pool name. Our regulatory person said she would file that either today or by the end of the day tomorrow to correct that.
And that would be a sundry notice to correct that?
Yes.
And what is, let's go to Exhibit A2 on page 25 of the PDF. Can you explain what this exhibit shows?
This is a locator map, so it just shows you know, where the blue is the spacing unit for the Showbiz 301H well. It's a call out box that shows where it is in relation to several township ranges around it in Lee County.
And Exhibit A, and A2 has multiple pages. So that was the first page. Let's go to the second page, land summary.
This is a land summary of the Showbiz 301H. So it just shows the tracts color-coded by the leases, who the mineral owner is, the tract acres and the spacing unit, the total unit acres in the spacing unit, and then what percentage of the acreage the tracts are. And then it shows the wellbore and the proposed spacing unit boundary.
Okay, so then let's go to the next page of this exhibit, A2.
This is an ownership comparison in the Bone Spring depths between Coterra and Pride. On the left is the Coterra Bone Spring working interest. I've highlighted the tracts that we have a working interest in, and then there's also a table in the middle. And then on the right side is the Pride Bone Spring working interest. Pride does not have any interest in the Bone Spring, and their table reflects that.
And the next page of the exhibit?
Similar ownership comparison, but this is the Wolfcamp depths. So it shows Coterra's working interest with the table, and then Pride's working interest with the table, and then the tracts are color coded based on where the interest is.
And the next exhibit, page 5, or not exhibit, next page on Exhibit A2.
This is a working interest ownership by tract. So it just lists out all the working interest parties that are in the tracts in the spacing unit.
Now you have some rows of this table that are highlighted in light blue.
Yes, The blue is the Coterra interest. Coterra did acquire some interest from several of these entities. And because this case has gone on for so long, I just left their names on there and just highlighted it blue to just call out the Coterra interest. If you go to the next page, Pride is color coded with like an orange color just to kind of have a standout for where the interests are.
So during the time of these applications, not necessarily these applications, but the whole development of the Showbiz Go State proposals, Coterra's been purchasing working interest as it goes along.
Yes.
And so let's go to the next page, page 6 of Exhibit A2. Can you explain this exhibit?
This is a continuation of the working interest by tract. So it shows track 2, track 3, track 4. You can see that track 3 is broken out by the Bone Spring only and the Wolfcamp depths only. All of the other tracks, that interest is owned all depths. So this just shows that there's a interest break in that tract.
Okay, and let's go to the next page of Exhibit A2, which is on page 31 of the PDF.
This is a unit ownership by formation. So there's a table showing everybody's working interest in the spacing unit, Bone Spring depths only. And then the table on the right shows the interest based on the Wolfcamp depths only. And again, the blue is the Coterra interest, which is summed at the bottom. And then the Pride interest is in that orange color. And then we also have Coterra interest and then Coterra interest and the support in the form of returned elections to participate.
And you heard the testimony earlier today by the landman that they had gotten a election from the Crump Family Partnership. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
So they should probably be neutral since they're signed elections for both parties. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
At the time you submitted this, you weren't aware of the Crump Family Partnership having signed an election for Pride, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Page 8 of Exhibit A2, which is on page 30 of the PDF. Can you explain this exhibit?
This shows the working interest on the 50-50 unit allocation. So it shows everybody's interest in the Bone Spring depths, everybody's working interest in the Wolfcamp depths, what their interest looks like when you've allocated on a 50-50 basis, and then it shows the changes in the interest. So you can see on the blue and the gray, which represents Pride, that those are the only parties that have a change in the interest using this allocation.
And again, the same caveat regarding the Crump Family Partnership, who signed elections for both parties, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And let's go to the next page on Exhibit A2, page 9 of the exhibit, page 31 of the PDF.
This is a list of the working interest owners who have not committed to Coterra's plan. Like Matt Pride said, most of the owners in this Showbiz Go State contested hearing have chosen to remain neutral. So they're just uncommitted because they want to remain neutral right now.
And going back to the Mr. Pride's testimony, he indicated there was a few small discrepancies between what you're showing as ownership and what they're showing. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Pride. There are some, not issues, but there are some discrepancies within that, the umbrella of some of those families that have multiple entities. So I've been emailing with them and we are trying to clear that up. But I agree with what he said about that, they're showing up in title. We're not totally sure who owns what.
And those are the smaller interests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the Chevron, Marathon, MRC, Permian, Pride, and Coterra, some of the bigger interest owners, there's no discrepancies involving their ownership interest, correct?
No, there's no discrepancies.
Let's go to page 10 of Exhibit A2, page 32 of the PDF. Can you explain this exhibit?
This is the uncommitted overriding royalty interest owners and also lists out the record title owners for the leases.
And all these leases are state leases, New Mexico state leases, and you're in listing the title record owner, you're identifying the lease designation per the state land office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And let's go to the next 4 pages. Can you describe what these are?
These are returned elections to participate for the 301H well. Some of these are from 2025, some of them are from 2022. Again, Crump elected to participate. They should probably be changed to neutral, but it's just a list of several of the returned elections that we received.
So you got on page on the page 35 of the PDF is Crump Family Partnership. The next one is H6 Holdings. The next one is Hanley Petroleum. And the next one is LHAH Properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's a Tarpon Industries Corporation, the next page. Which is page 37 of the PDF. Do you see that on the screen?
Yeah, yes, I do. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. And so these elections, these signed elections, that's the basis for the light blue shading you had in the previous pages of this exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now we're at Exhibit A3 on page 40 of the PDF. Can you explain this letter?
This was the original letter that Cimarex, now Coterra, had sent out to the partners for the well proposals in 2022 for the 3 showbiz wells, the 101H, the 201H, and the 301H.
And attached to that was an ADF or AFE.
Yes.
And then on page 46 of the PDF, there's another letter dated May 20th, 2024. Can you explain this one?
This is a sample letter that was sent out in 2024 with the change in the Wolfbone pool in response to the order. And so this is a reproposal of just the 301H well. And I believe there was an AFE attached to this.
In pages 48, 49, 50, 51 contains that AFE, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 52 of the PDF. It's a letter dated November 25th, 2025. Can you explain this letter?
This is just another proposal to drill for the 301H. I felt like this should be sent out because the so much time had passed. And so we attached a more updated AFE, and it's just another proposal letter.
And again, an AFE was attached to that at pages 54, 55.
Yes.
Now let's go to page 56, another letter dated December 2nd, 2025. Can you explain the purpose of this letter?
This is a, sorry, I'm looking at it. Sorry. This is a letter to clarify that the Showbiz 301H well is in the Wolfbone pool per the order that was issued R23752, and that the Showbiz well will be completed in the third Bone Spring sand, and that the Wolfbone pool is made up of the third Bone Spring and the upper Wolfcamp formation.
And you describe the approximate depth of that pool based upon the order creating the
Yes.
pool?
That's correct.
Okay, and the following page is dated December 15th, 2025. This sample letter, can you explain this letter?
This one is just a letter clarifying that there was a typo on the November 25th letter. It said that the bottom hole was in section 25, 19 South, 34 East, and this letter was a clarification that the bottom hole is in section 12, 19 South, 34 East.
Okay, and then the next, I think this is the final letter. On page 58, it's dated January 6, 2026. It's a sample letter. Can you provide an explanation of this letter?
This letter is the last letter. This is just a letter updating that the AFE costs had been updated, and also that we are proposing overhead rates of $10,000 a month, $1,000 a month. We had originally proposed $12,000 and $2,000, but we agreed with Pride to drop that, and so it was just an information letter. And that we were set for the contested hearing on January 27th.
And attached to that is that there's an AFE dated
Yes.
January 5th, 2026.
That's correct.
Okay, the next exhibit is Exhibit A4. Can you explain this exhibit?
This is the chronology of contacts. So this is just notes on when we had interactions with the other parties. And
Excuse me, Ms. St. Pierre, excuse me one moment, Mr. Zimsky. We know what this is. We don't need
Okay.
to have a witness tell us what a chronology of contacts is.
Okay,
If we could get more of a high level overview from each witness to let us know, these are the key points I'm trying to make here. Otherwise, I can promise you that the technical examiner and myself have reviewed these carefully.
okay. Ms. Pierre, with that in mind, can you tell us the purpose of this chronology, what you're trying to establish?
we're just trying to establish communication with the other parties, particularly Pride, going back and forth with them, trying to find some kind of resolution outside of a contested hearing, which we were not successful.
And did you believe that Pride acted in good faith during the negotiations?
Yes, I do.
And is it your opinion that that Coterra also acted in good faith?
Yes.
In A5, what are you trying to, what's this exhibit? What's the purpose of this exhibit?
This is notice provided to uncommitted owners. Again, key point here would be the communication with Pride.
And to summarize, other than a few discrepancies regarding some of the smaller working interest owners, your ownership and as set forth in your exhibits in testimony comports to Pride's ownership interest as set forth in their statement and exhibits.
Yes, I believe it does.
And you agree that both parties acted in good faith, not only amongst themselves, but with other working interest owners?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything else you want to add to your testimony?
Coterra does have permits on our 3 Showbiz wells.
And permits for the location?
Correct.
And how many locations are there for these 3 wells?
There's 1 surface location and 3 well bores.
So the Coterra Showbiz 301H, the one we're here today, is going to have the same pad as the Coterra 101H and 201H. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there'll be no surface disturbance, if no additional surface disturbance, no matter how the OCD rules in this case. In other words, you have permits for a well pad for the 101H and the 201H, correct?
Yes,
And if you get awarded ownership of the 301H, you're going to use that same permit, same pad.
that's correct.
Is there anything further you would like to add to your testimony?
No.
With that, Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Shaheen?
Thank you. Before I get started, I just need to clarify the page numbers because all of my pages, file stamp pages, are like 2 numbers off from Mr. Zemski's, and I'm not sure why that is.
Well, I think why it is because we use the Adobe feature so that we would have page numbers on each page. We filed a revised hearing packet that has a 2-page, notice at the very beginning of the notice that we're filing the revised hearing package, thereby throwing off the page numbers by 2. But the page numbers I was referring to were the page numbers that are printed using the Adobe feature that allows you to print page numbers on the bottom of a page.
I don't recall being served with the revised hearing packet, number 1. Number 2, the pre-hearing order was very specific that exhibits should have been filed by 9 a.m. last Wednesday, January 21st. And I don't believe Coterra sought leave from the hearing examiner to file a revised exhibit packet.
So, Mr. Zimke, did you file a timely exhibit packet?
Yes.
Okay. What changes did you make to the amended exhibit packet?
As set forth in the notice of filing exhibit packet, we amended, the only thing changed was we amended Coterra Exhibit C6, and it corrects the landing zones for 3 wells we had originally showed them landing in the 3rd Bone Spring when in fact they landed in the Upper Wolf Camp. And
Okay.
that is the universe of changes.
And what caused the 2-page number difference?
Because the notice of filing Coterra's amended hearing packet.
Notice being, what do you mean when you say notice of filing? You mean like a cover page?
Yes, a cover page
Okay.
that I believe we're required to submit when we're filing an amended
Okay.
hearing packet.
Okay. So the only change in the exhibit packet is the correction of C6.
Correct.
The only change.
Only change.
Only change. Okay, Ms. Shaheen, it doesn't sound like they've made substantive changes except for C6.
Well, I'm sorry.
If you feel that you've been unfairly prejudiced by that, you have to make an argument of why that's unfair. And when did you file the amended exhibit packet?
Last night,
Okay.
and I believe we sent Ms. Shaheen, and I'd have to look at my email when we sent her, because we sent her a packet of our rebuttal exhibits before we finalized them, just so she would have them.
Right.
And then our paralegal was at her son's basketball game. And so she had to, finalize to make them, to finalize the PowerPoint presentation
Machine.
And then on.
Oh, is there more?
9:58, we sent a copy of this to Jim Bruce, Ms. Shaheen, and Mr. Ortiz, who's a paralegal that gets copied on these things for her firm, as well as the other parties who have entered in appearance.
Okay, Machine?
Yes, I have the same complaint about this that I had about the rebuttal exhibits that really should have been part of the direct case. Again, they're pulling information, really detailed data, and we don't have time
Right.
to take a
Okay.
look and see what wells they're talking about are landed in the Wolf Camp A.
Okay.
I have no idea. And I was just going to look to see if I received an email at 9:58 last night, and I remember getting one at 9:51. But it did not have a revised exhibit package attached to it.
So, Machine, I understand that this change to C6 is taking you by surprise. In the same way that I allowed you leeway for rebuttal exhibits 1 through 4, I allow you the same leeway for the the revised exhibit C6. Otherwise, I don't hear any changes to the substance of the exhibits. So you have this witness here. Are you ready to cross-examine this witness?
I am.
All right, go right ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. St. Pierre. My name is Sharon Shaheen and I represent Pride. Thank you for your time today. And if you'll be patient with me, I'll appreciate it. I'd like to start by taking a look at your exhibit A2.
Can you pull that up on the screen, please?
Yes, I am happy to do that. And I'm going to tell everyone the page number after I add 2 to it. Pages, I have them as 25 and 26, but I'm going to guess that they're actually 27.
So, Ms. Shaheen, let Mr. Zimsky do the sharing of the screen. Let
Oh,
him
okay.
find the exhibits to make it easier for you to question.
Sure. Try 27. No, it's not that one. I have it as 25. Okay, I think that's it. So in this exhibit, in track 2, Coterra has no interest. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
And-
correct.
Turning to the next page, and this, of course, is the Bone Spring, right?
Yes, this is the Bone
And-
Spring.
And then turning to the next page is the Wolf Camp. Coterra has no interest in track 2 in the Wolf Camp, does it?
That's from this illustration, yes.
Let me make sure I'm clear. Coterra does not have an interest in the Wolf Camp in track 2, is that right?
That's correct.
And you mentioned earlier that you have permits to drill this well, is that right?
Yes,
But you have no interest in track 2, is that correct?
yes.
And if I could share now, that would be helpful. Are you familiar with 19.15.16.15?
No, I am not.
And I need to get to the right part of this. see. And I'll try to highlight the important part here if it'll let me. Let's see. Might not let me. But it's basically this first subsection A, 1. An operator shall not file an application for permit to drill nor commence the drilling of a horizontal oil or gas well until the operator has either A, received the consent of at least one working interest owner or unleased mineral interest owner of each tract in the target pool or formation in which any part of the horizontal oil or gas well's completed interval will be located. Does Coterra have the consent of an interest owner in tract 2 to penetrate that track?
Or the wolf camp? For the Bone Spring, can you clarify your question, please?
Yes. If I understand your testimony correctly, Coterra has no interest in track 2 in the Bone Spring or in the wolf camp. Is that right?
Yes.
So my question for you is, have you received the consent of any working interest owner or unleased mineral interest owner in that tract that would allow you to drill track 2?
So correct me if I'm wrong, but 1B says you can file an application for a permit to drill if you've obtained a compulsory pooling order, and we do have an order issued for the Bone Spring depths. We do not have an order issued for the Wolf Bone depths.
You do not have a compulsory pooling order for the wolf bone pool, do you?
That is correct. We do not have an order.
So you have not satisfied section 19.15.16.15A, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Will you be withdrawing that APD?
That's not my department, so I cannot say.
Let's turn now to your exhibit A1, the C102. And I can go there if you.
Yes,
I'd
please.
rather
You rather.
they do it so that it speeds things up a little bit.
Okay. I will stop sharing.
Thank you.
Ms. Shaheen, where do you want us to go?
Exhibit A1, C102. That's it. If you can make it a little bigger.
We're maxed out here, I think. Oh, there we go.
Because I want to focus on the smaller language under operator certifications. If you just scroll down a little bit. Oops. And you can see here, someone at Coterra signed this C102, correct?
Yes.
And if you focus on the language just above the signature, where that begins, if this well is a horizontal well, do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read that language into the record, please?
If this well is a horizontal well, I further certify that this organization has received the consent of at least one lessee or owner of a working interest or unleased mineral interest in each tract in the target pool or formation in which any part of the well's completed interval will be located or obtained a compulsory pooling order from the division.
And that is not the case here, is it?
No.
So would you agree that a prudent operator would have complied with this requirement in the operator certification and would have would have complied with the requirement of 1915-16-15A as well when they filed their APD?
Yes.
But Coterra did not do that, correct?
No.
I have no further questions of Ms. St. Pierre. Thank you.
Mr. McClure?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Ms. St. Pierre, if I can direct your attention to your page 33 of 158, should be your list of uncommitted working interest owners, I want to say.
Yes.
Let me open it back up on my side. Who all is Coterra asking the division to force pool?
We are asking Coterra to force pool the list of the owners on, sorry, I'm trying to find the page numbers. So on PDF, page 31, the uncommitted working interest owners. And then also on page 32 of 156, the overriding royalty interest owners and the record title owners.
Do you think you make that clear anywhere in your statement, in your landman statement, or your self-affirmed statement, excuse me?
I believe so.
I guess if I were to ask you to provide me with an additional table, just simply stating, or else illustrate somewhere on this that you're asking to force pull these persons, do you understand what I'm asking for?
Yes, are you asking for a table that specifically shows all parties and then committed versus uncommitted, or?
I'm asking if you can show which parties Coterra is asking the division to force pull.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if you would like a supplemental exhibit, I can provide that for you.
I'm looking at your page, well, the PDF is page 63 of 158, but I guess in the lower left, you have it 61.
Okay.
This should be your exhibit A5.
Yes.
There's several different persons that is listed here as signed election to participate. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Did these persons also sign a JOA?
No, we do not have any signed JOAs on Showbiz 301H.
Now, is Coterra considering these persons to be committed to their proposed unit?
We are considering them to be supportive of our development. Once an order is issued, we would repropose the wells. Because there's no JOA, I mean, we see them as supportive, but need to be pooled because there is no JOA.
Okay, so Coterra is asking the division to force pull all these persons here that is listed as signing an election letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know if notice was provided to all these individuals that is listed as being signed election to participate?
Notice for the hearing?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So is it your understanding that all persons owning an interest was provided notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir. I provided the address list to our attorneys.
I believe you have it broke out in your exhibits, but just for a quick pithy question, I guess. On your AFE, you have approximately 11 million listed out, correct?
Sorry, are you talking about the
We can direct-
January 2026 AFE? That's
Is
attached to
is
the update letter.
Is the correct AFE the one on page 45?
No, the correct AFE would be on page 59 of 158 or on the PDF, page 57 of 156. The AFE that's dated 1/5/26.
Okay, so then is the correct cost, well, just a little bit shy of 11 million then?
Yes.
Does this include the cost of the shared facility?
I am not sure. That is a question for Mr. Boyle for his facility testimony.
Okay. If Coterra had wished to do so, is it your understanding that they could have proposed a Wolfcamp well within this west half of these two sections?
Can you elaborate a little more on your question, please?
Was Coterra limited to proposing a well in the Bone Spring due to any reasons beyond their desire to do so?
No, sir. We have ownership in the Bone Spring depths and the Wolfcamp depths.
So then is it your understanding that had Coterra wished to, they could have proposed a Wolfcamp well?
Yes.
The Bone Spring 1 and Bone Spring 2 wells that Coterra proposed to drill and complete in the west half within these two sections.
Yes.
Does Coterra intend to drill and complete them?
Yes, sir.
And this is irregardless of the current price of oil?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions for Ms. St. Pierre. Thank you, Ms. St. Pierre.
Mr. Zimsky, any redirect?
Yeah, a couple of follow-up questions. Ms. St. Pierre, I think Examiner McClure asked you a question about whether there's anything in your narrative setting forth explaining, I believe, Exhibit A5. Could you go to page or paragraph 23 of your statement, which is Exhibit A, and it's on page 21 of the revised hearing packet and page 18 of 156. Are you there?
You said paragraph 23.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
And so the second sentence, is that a narrative of explaining A5 and who Coterra is seeking to pull?
Yes.
So that explains exhibits A5 and provides the division with the information about who Coterra is seeking to pull.
Yes.
And for the interest that you don't have, that Ms. Shaheen was talking about, I guess it was track 2. You have 5 elections to participate in the well. Do all of those owners have an interest in track 2?
No,
Or do-
track two is Chevron interest.
And Chevron is neutral in this case?
Correct.
That's all the questions that I have.
Mr. McClure, did that bring up anything for you?
No, it did not, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Ms. Shaheen, did that bring up anything for you?
No, it did not.
Ms. Pierre, St. Pierre, thank you very much. You're excused. Mr. Zimsky, your next witness.
Next witness will be Stacy Fry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fry. I remind you that you're still under oath. Mr. Zimsky, the highlights, please.
Yes, Ms. Fry. Used to be known as Stacy Mueller, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I just bring that up because I'm not sure when that change was made, because I know you've testified in various previous Coterra cases. So I just want to avoid any ambiguity of, you're the same person that testified as Stacy Wheeler or Stacy Mueller. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to your big picture views of your exhibits. Let's go to Exhibit B1, which is on page 70 of the revised, page 68 of the stamp thing, the stamped copy. Briefly explain that.
This
what
is
the
just a
purpose is.
locator map of the showbiz development.
And let's go to B2. Can you explain why that you presented this evidence?
This is showing an excerpt from Zobak and Lund-Snee's paper from Stanford showing stress direction throughout the basin and justifying north-south development at showbiz.
In Exhibit B3, can you explain the purpose of this and what it's showing?
This is 2 type logs that show the extent of the Wolfbone Pool, which is in the red box, and the purple dashed line is showing where the depth severance is at the top of the wolf camp.
In the 2 reference wells, can you explain which ones they are?
So the Quail Ridge 32 State 2 is at the Blue Star, southwest of the subject lands, and then the Airstrip 6 State 1 is at the Red Star, about a mile northeast.
And why did you pick those 2 reference wells?
I thought they were representative of the area and also showed how the thickness of the sand and shale can vary across the area.
And let's go to Exhibit B4. What is this showing?
This is a gun barrel view showing the existing wells in sections 12 and 13, and then showing Coterra's full development plan of the Bone Spring. So those wells are shown in yellow, including our first sand well, which is the 101H. The second sand is the 201, and then our Wolfbone proposed well is the 301H.
And you're also showing the Ghost State wells that have been completed?
Correct. Those are shaded blue.
And what's on the left? What is that? Logs or?
This is a reference type log showing where we intend to land our Bone Spring wells. And I also have the Wolfbone Pool extents shaded in green.
And on the right is basically a locator map.
Yes, with the showbiz well slot shown as a black box.
and the blue star representing the government 23 well.
Correct.
And let's go to B5. And can you explain what this exhibit is showing?
So this is the same gun barrel view, but instead of showing Coterra's development plan, it's showing Pride's development plan, which for this well slot consists of the Go State Com 401H, with which they plan to land in the Wolfcamp Y sand instead of the third sand.
And why didn't you put the two permitted showbiz wells on this slide?
Because this is representative of Pride's development plan and not Coterra's development plan.
And let's go to next, the B6. Can you explain the purpose of this exhibit?
This is a structural cross-section going from south to north, from left to right. And the cross-section is located on the locator map in the top right-hand corner of the slide. This shows the landing, the target of our first and second sand wells in a bold black line, and then the third sand target in a bold red line, as well as the depth severance at the top of the Wolfcamp in a purple dashed line.
And what's the, is there the, this is a standard cross-section that needs to be submitted with a proposal?
That's correct.
And let's go to exhibit B7. Can you explain the purpose of this?
These are also standard exhibits. So I have the structure map on the left showing the top of the Wolfcamp, which we will be landing our third Bone Spring sand well right above the top of the Wolfcamp. And then the isopac map or thickness map on the right of the whole third Bone Spring sand interval.
Is there anything else you'd like to add to your testimony today?
No, I think that's it.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. Machine?
Thank you. Ms. Fry, Sharon Shaheen, it's nice to meet you virtually. Thank you for your time today. I'd like to start by taking a look at your B3. So at the top, you indicate that the distance between these two wells is almost 7 miles. Do you see that? 6.73 miles?
Yes.
Why did you choose two wells that are almost 7 miles apart?
So this was a previous exhibit meant to show what the wolf bone depth should consist of. And I was choosing the Quail Ridge 32 State 2 well because we own that well log and basically just did not want to go through the hoops to try to get a digital log approved that we don't own. So back then, I had chose that well because it was a digital log that was easier to interpret. And then the airstrip, which is a raster log, but much closer to the subject lands and more representative.
How far is the Quail Ridge 32 State from the proposed well?
Maybe about 5 miles.
Were there other wells closer to the subject well that would have been more applicable?
Not that we had a digital log that we owned, but that's why I chose the airstrip well. Even though it's a raster log, I felt that was more applicable to the subject lands, which is why I included it as well.
Wouldn't wells in a closer proximity be more indicative of the geology at the location of the proposed well?
So I do believe the airstrip well is representative of the geology at the showbiz.
But you don't believe that the Quail Ridge 32 State is representative of the geology at the site of the proposed wells?
Not completely, but the overall the top of the wolf bone pool and the base of the wolf bone pool is representative.
Turning to your gun barrel exhibit B4. If Coterra's application for the 301H is not approved, does Coterra still plan to drill the 101 and the 201?
Yes, we will.
Turning to your exhibit B6. Looking at the bottom of the diagram there, you've cut off the wolf camp, is that correct?
The majority of it, I still have the upper sands in there.
And is it your position that this is representative of the entire upper wolf camp A?
No, that's not my position. This is just showing where our target would be in the third sand.
And turning to your exhibit B7, you have a structure map for the top of the wolf camp, but an isopact for the third Bone Spring sand. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes,
So there's no structure map for the Bone Spring and there's no isopact for the wolf camp.
correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. McClure?
I have no questions for this expert witness, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fry. You may be excused, subject to recall later. Who's next, Mr. Zimke?
Mr. Kent Weinkoff.
Thank you. Now, remember, Mr. Weinkoff, we have some exhibits that have not been admitted yet. What I think you should do, this is just a suggestion, you can do what you like, have him give us an overview without the excluded exhibits and then provide a foundation for the excluded exhibits, and we can go from there.
Could I lay the foundation?
Would you
at the
like to?
beginning?
Would you like to?
Yes,
Okay, go that route.
thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Weinkoff. Can you introduce yourself to the hearing examiners?
Yes, I am Kent Weinkoff, and I'm a reservoir engineer at Coterra Energy.
And let's go over your educational background and work experience as a senior reservoir engineer for Coterra. First, can you explain your all of your educational degrees?
Mr. Zimke, I'm sorry, hold on, Mr. Wine. This gentleman has already been accepted as an expert in his field. I don't believe the objections go to his qualifications to make the statements. Right, Ms. Shaheen?
That's right. The objection is that they're outside the scope of his expertise.
Okay, and that's for paragraphs 10 through 13, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so let's focus on that first. Let's focus on how paragraphs 10 through 13 are within or without with the scope of his expertise.
Without discussing,
Okay, if you need to, but just specifically that scope.
okay. Now, Mr. Weinkoff, let's look at Exhibit 10. Can you give a 30,000 foot view of what the information you're trying to convey set forth in paragraph 2 and Coterra Exhibit C2 on a very large scale type of?
I'm sorry,
overview?
I want to make sure I'm understanding you. Which particular, are you referring to the paragraph or an exhibit?
Paragraph 10, which
Paragraph 10.
discusses Exhibit C2.
Correct, yes.
So possibly, yeah, just give us the overview, 30,000 view of what you're trying to convey in paragraph 10.
Yeah, this is paragraph 10, which is describing Exhibit C2. outlines Coterra's development plan for the three showbiz wells, which is a first bone well, a second bone spring well, and a third bone spring well. What's illustrated on the exhibit is the estimated economic oil recovery, what we expect the development to cost, as well as the cash flows that will come from these three wells.
And is this the type of information and data that a reservoir engineer is educated to, that learns through their degree and in the field as a reservoir engineer?
Yes to both. Part of our job is to understand not only how to extract the oil, working with the geologist, but determining what's the optimal development plan, how many wells do you drill in a section, what's the associated spacing, and the associated economics to those different plans. And so a large part of our job is running economic sensitivities relating to price, performance expectations, etc. So this is in line with what I do on a day in and day out basis.
And with that testimony, I would submit that he is qualified in his capacity as a reservoir engineer to opine about the information contained in paragraph 10 and in exhibit C2.
Only paragraph 10, or are we dealing with 10 through 13?
I'm going to go.
Are you going to go one by time? Oh boy. Okay, Ms. Shaheen, do you want to voir dire the witness on this paragraph 10?
I think I'm better off just cross-examining him on it.
Perfect. So do you withdraw your objections for paragraphs 10 through 13? You have the right to voir dire him if you don't think his expertise covers paragraphs 10 through 13. So I'm giving you the opportunity now.
You know, I'm fine. I'll just
Okay.
cross-examine him on them.
Then would you answer my question for the record? Do you
Yes, I
your-
withdraw the objections.
Thank you, Ms. Shaheen. Mr. Zimsky, paragraphs 10 through 13 are now admitted in exhibit C. Now, would you like to deal with your other C2 through C5? Because we still have objections to those, because I'm asking you to basically give a broad overview with each witness. And if you feel like you can't, because certain exhibits that are attached to his self-affirmed statement are excluded because of the objection, then maybe you want to deal with those as well.
I would like to deal with those.
Go right ahead.
So the objection to
C2 through C5.
is the objection to C2 withdrawn?
No, C2 is still standing unless Ms. Shaheen withdraws it. We were only dealing with C.
Okay.
Right, except
Okay.
that I was assuming, since I had withdrawn the objection to paragraph 10 and it includes exhibit C2, that I was withdrawing my objection to all of it.
Well, I didn't understand that, and I don't want to assume anything.
I appreciate that, but I'll just go ahead and withdraw my objection and just cross-examine him on all of it.
Perfect. So then, based on what I just heard from Ms. Shaheen, your exhibits C2 through C5 are now admitted. So literally all of your exhibits are admitted into evidence, including your rebuttal exhibits.
And
Did we admit the rebuttal exhibits
did.
already? You
I
did?
did.
Okay.
I did. Mr. Zimsky?
And so just for clarification, the narrative in his statements on the paragraphs describing all of those exhibits are also admitted.
I need to know paragraph numbers to
Okay.
be able to answer your question.
It would be paragraphs number 11, 12. and
Yes, they're
13.
admitted.
Okay.
All of C and all of your sub C exhibits are now admitted. That means everything has been admitted into evidence.
Okay. Now, Mr. Weinkauf, let's go through the exhibits. I think you've been hearing the hearing examiner wanting, a high level view of each exhibit and the purpose of it. So let's march through them with that in mind. Let's talk about exhibit C1. Can you explain the purpose of this exhibit?
Yes, the purpose of this exhibit is to showcase Coterra's experience as an operator within this area. specifically New Mexico and at the bottom table in North Lee County. So this is illustrating how many wells have been spudded and completed by Coterra from Q1 through Q3 of 2025.
And, I just want to deviate just a little bit. There was some testimony about Pride being in business for so many years. Coterra is a product of a merger of a couple companies. Are any of those companies long-standing oil and gas companies?
Yes, it's my understanding that Cabot's history is quite long. I don't know the exact year, but the earlier testimony about the late 1800s sounds directionally correct, but I would have to look up the precise value, but significant amount of time.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit C2. Can you explain the purpose of this exhibit and what the tables show?
Okay, so like I mentioned a moment ago, this table is highlighting Coterra's showbiz development plan. It's proposing 3 2-mile laterals. The cartoon on the right illustrates roughly where those will be developed. The geologist has provided a more detailed picture of those precise locations. The table outlines the recovery expected on an economic basis, as well as what it would cost to develop and what the return would be on a cash flow basis.
And can you explain the term B as in Bravo TAX-10?
Yes, I'm just simply using this B-tax term to state that it's inclusive of the capital investment, the operating expenses, but it excludes state, federal, and tax and depreciation on those.
In the last line, oil per CapEx spent barrels slash. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is highlighting the efficiency of, if you spend $1,000 of capital to drill the well, how many barrels would you expect to return? Just simply trying to look at an efficiency standpoint for oil recovery versus dollar spent.
And is that recovery, is that considered a good recovery for this type of project?
Yes, I would consider this a good recovery.
And let's go to Exhibit C3. And can you explain this exhibit?
Yes, this is a table highlighting the AFEs for all 3 wells and broken out based on their high-level cost categories. So you see everything from total cost to drilling, completions, facility, and at the end you see a column for flowback costs or capitalizing costs such as flowback, initial months of water disposal. Those can be capitalized, and so we're highlighting this here. I work with the operations teams to help derive these values for the projects.
And I apologize, but I want to go back up to paragraph 9, where do you have any corrections to this your statement in paragraph 9?
Yes, a couple comments and a correction. So number one is there was a clerical error here, as well as there was an issue with an operatorship change and a date stamp associated to that. We looked at that, and the number that Pride has presented as being 16 horizontal wells, Coterra agrees with. That should represent 16 when you include the operator change on the Tonto wells, I believe it was. I do also want to comment that the line specifically referenced to Coterra's knowledge, Pride has less than 10 wells producing within Lee and Eddy counties. This statement is in reference to the previous statement where it's questioning Pride's limited experience drilling horizontal wells. That number with the correction that I just stated, those are the horizontal wells. I can appreciate how that can be misconstrued if you only took that one sentence. So those are the corrections I would like to highlight.
Thank you. And let's get back to the exhibits. And I believe you were on exhibit C4. And that's on the monitor now. Can you provide an overview of what this exhibit is conveying?
Yes. So while we're here talking about the the Third Bone Spring well, Coterra has proposed, and the Wolfcamp well that Pride has proposed. Coterra's plan is tied to 2 additional wells. And what this slide is simply showing is the cost differences when you drill 2 wells versus 3. So it's highlighting the savings that working interest owners have on the wells based on how many wells you develop it with. At a high level, when you're able to drill more wells together, you can batch drill wells, which means you can drill the same segment on each of the well bores, saving time, as well as you can frack those wells simultaneously, or I should say zipper frack them. And so there's a lot of operational efficiencies that you get. And so what I'm highlighting here is that by developing the Third Bone Spring sand with the other 2 wells, that the first and second Bone Spring well, Coterra estimates that the Bone Spring working interest holders will save, just over $1 million per well by being able to develop all 3 wells together. And while we're here talking about that Third Bone Spring well, part of those working interest owners also own in the first and second Bone Spring wells. And so this is highlighting additional savings that those working interest holders will receive.
And let's go to Exhibit C5. Can you provide an overview of this exhibit?
Yes, so this is comparing what a 3-well development would look like versus a 1-well development. And the idea is to compare that if someone were to come in and drill a one-off Wolfcamp well versus drilling 3 wells as Coterra has proposed, what would be the additional costs associated with developing that one-off well? And so the challenges that you have with the one-off well is there are no operational efficiencies. When you're drilling the lateral, once you drill to intermediate, you're having to run intermediate casing. The rig can't skid over and then drill the next portion of the hole after it sets intermediate casing because it's got to retool and then go to the next segment. So it loses a lot of operational efficiencies. And so what you're seeing here is Coterra would estimate that if we were to drill a one-off well, it would cost an additional $1.5 million for just the added drilling and completion costs. And for a roughly 1-mile flow line, working with our ops team and our surface team, we would estimate it'd be about $630,000 to run a line to connect those pads. So when you factor in that one-off well development, you're talking about almost $2.2 million of added cost for that single well. If there's any issues while drilling the well, which can happen, when you're drilling laterals, you might run into unexpected circumstances. You're paying for all the equipment downtime while you try to figure out that problem versus being able to skid over to the next well. So it eliminates the potential for the cost savings that you get with multi-well.
So the ownership of the first Bone Spring and second Bone Spring is similar to what's found in the third Bone Spring in Upper Wolfcamp, with the exceptions of Pride and Coterra that's been discussed. So by being able to do a 3-well development, all of those interest owners will benefit.
That's correct.
Now let's go to Exhibit C6. Now this was the revised exhibit.
That's correct.
And can you explain the changes that were made here?
So the map on the right illustrates the third Bone Spring and Upper Wolfcamp laterals drilled within the area around the Showbiz DSU, which is highlighted in the green crosshatch. And there are 3 wells on the top right of the map located in sections 32, 5, 33, and 4. And there was just a simple mapping error. The landings weren't wrong, but when we generated the map, the landings within the map were wrong. So it's not germane to the plot and the specifically highlighted developments that are boxed, but the map did need correcting on what was being shown.
So those changes didn't affect the box in the lower left, modern offsetting analogs?
That's correct. It did not.
Okay, and can you explain what that little box is showing?
Yes.
The modern offsetting analogs?
when Coterra is looking at this area to develop, we're trying to understand what the productivity is of different benches along with other metrics. And so what this is just simply showing is when you look at modern developments, and it's a similar story for vintage, but what I've highlighted here is modern. So this would be any frac design greater than 2,000 pounds per foot and any frac design greater than 40 barrels of frac fluid per foot. Around the showbiz, you would get these 4 developments. So one of which is the Ghost State, which was Pride's Third Bone Spring development offsetting. There's also a development called the Thunderball and Malin, which are Third Bone Spring developments. And then there is the Beefalo, which is Upper Wolfcamp development, 2 wells there. And so what you're seeing on this plot is the productivity differences between those. So like to draw the closest comparison, the Beefalo and the Ghost State wells, which are less than a mile apart, a mile and a half if you're going to roughly the center of the well, you can see that there is significant differences in productivity here. And so while it can be challenging to understand what is the right horizon here, the production ultimately is the guide that we're looking at to determine, hey, the Third Bone Spring looks really fantastic. And when we look at those lone examples that are the closest we can get when they're like for like as far as frac completion, vintage, et cetera, we're seeing that productivity from the Third Bone Springs. So that is what this exhibit is showcasing.
And so just so people can read this with the boxes, the Beefalo are the 2 laterals shown in red in sections 6 and 7 to the west and a bit north of the subject lands, which is boxed in the green hatch.
Yeah, so the on the map, the dashed lines coloring is reflective of the line coloring on the plot. So that's how you can relate the projects, the map to the plot. The other wells that you're seeing around the Showbiz unit, those are vintage completions, and that's why they're not included. But they're all Third Bone Springs.
Explain why you don't include vintage completions and what is a vintage completion?
Yeah, so vintage completion, or at least how I'm utilizing the term in this case, would be below 2,000 pounds per foot of proppant and below 40 barrels a foot of frac fluid. The simple reason I'm not showcasing it here is I'm trying to look at a specific example of modern wells close by to the unit. So although those vintage wells can tell a similar story, I'm trying to find as close as analogous developments as I can so that we can be well informed of the showbiz potential.
Now, if you were to summarize this exhibit, what would your summary be in a short sentence or 2?
When we look at the areas surrounding showbiz and specifically looking at modern developments, we see that the Third Bone Spring is performing better than the Wolfcamp by a healthy margin. Although the reservoir quality is different amongst these projects, they're very close in proximity, and it's the best guide that we have to what these results could look like. And what we find is that the Third Bone Spring developments look to be outperforming the Wolfcamps.
And you were here during Mr. Gifford's testimony earlier this afternoon, his redirect, correct?
That's correct.
And now the Beefalo is a mile and a half west of or east of the subject lands, correct?
That's correct.
And those are Wolfcamp completions because they're in red?
That's correct.
So if he did a 9-mile square research, he would have found those, correct?
Yes, if he looked at a 9-mile square, I'm not exactly sure how his square is going, but just looking at a 9-mile radius, he should have found that there were modern Wolfcamp wells that nearby that he could have at least looked at.
In this particular case, the Beefalo, how would you describe its performance?
As I mentioned earlier, it looks like it's underperforming. Like if you compare to the Ghost State, which is the closest modern development. In fact, this is one that Pride has developed. like I said, about 1.5 miles. You can see the red line on the GO state, the cumulative oil is much better. And just to let you know, this plot is normalizing for lateral length. So all of these values are based on if you were to drill a 10,000 foot lateral. And so when you look at that and the GO state versus the purple lines, which is the B flow, the recoveries that you're seeing are over 2x difference. So a very significant difference in productivity just between those two specific projects.
Thank you. Is there anything else on the exhibits we've been through, or your statement? Well, let me get to that question later. Let's go to the rebuttal exhibits. Coterra rebuttal exhibit 1.
Do you have an image up on the screen that I'm missing?
We're getting there.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Okay, do you see it up there?
I do.
And now this is in rebuttal to the statement of Mr. Guilford on paragraph 5 of his exhibit, which I believe is Coterra exhibit C, or Pride exhibit C. And what is this exhibit? What information is this exhibit conveying on a big picture?
Yeah, so there was comments made about how the fracture growth tends to grow up, and actually most specifically the reserves that would be expected. They make a comment, and I think actually Pride's landman also made a comment to such an extent that the recoveries from the Wolfcamp well would be better, should be better, could be better, something along those lines. I don't remember the exact wording of it, but there was a mention about more reserves for that Wolfcamp landing based on the premise that frac energy grows up, very broad, generic premise. And so what this exhibit showcases is it's just taking a wider area and it says, okay, let's just ignore the highlighted examples in case someone thinks that Coterra is being selective. And let me just take all of the wells within the area. What would the productivity be? And I say this with most of the Third Bone Spring landings being vintage and most of the Wolfcamp landings actually being more of a modern completion. And so again, the reservoir is varying across this area, but just taking a holistic look, if you to rebut the comment about the reserves being higher, just take a look at the plot of the wells around here. And so I didn't see any other evidence provided besides just a statement by the reservoir engineer, but here we are providing an example to rebut that with actual data showcasing the productivity of the two different wells.
And to go back on
two
this,
different landings, sorry.
And so generally speaking, even though the Wolfcamp A wells that are highlighted in right, many of those are modern completions, meaning higher frac volumes and pressures. And while there are a number of blue wells, the Bone Spring wells that are also modern, there's a lot in there, the mix that are vintage, correct?
That's correct.
So the plot that you have down in the lower left is sort of biased in favor of the Wolfcamp wells, since they're more modern completions vis-a-vis the Third Bone Spring, correct?
Yeah, I would say it's probably a mixed bag. On one hand, the Wolfcamp A's are a lot more modern completion. The vast majority of the Third Bone wells in here are 2015 year vintage, smaller completions by like half to 60% of the size of what other modern wells have been pumped. But the reservoir is a little bit better on the west. So when you factor in the frac and the reservoir, those are canceling components. So you'd have to go unit by unit, which is why there's another example for that to look at specific DSUs. This is the holistic look to address the broad statement of fracture energy, the Wolfcamp having the potential to drain more. We don't see any examples of that within this area on a project basis. So I'm not sure where that conclusion is being drawn for this particular development.
And let's go to Coterra Rebuttal Exhibit 2. And this deals with the statement of Matt Pride at paragraph 4, which is Pride Exhibit A. And what's the purpose of this exhibit? What are you rebutting?
There was a statement made about whether the production from the first Bone Spring landing was warranted given the current oil price environment, stating effectively that these wells were not economic under the condition or competitive. The statement was broad, but definitely was condemning this as far as the economic and the productivity. This slide rebutes that and showing what the economic viability of this is. So if that statement wasn't made about the viability of the first Bone Spring, there would be no need for this statement. What this statement is showing you is the offsetting developments, which is on the map on the left. Showbiz is highlighted in green hashing, and then the plot on the top right is color coded by the project, and those color codes align with the maps and the names. The dashed line is what Coterra is forecasting for the first Bone Spring. So, Pride, as far as Coterra is concerned, has limited horizontal experience in this world, in the North Delaware area, compared to what we have. When we see a result like they got, we start to question what was the landing, what was the frac design, what chemicals were they using. Because when we look at the other offsets, we see the productivity is much better in these wells. You can look at the Thunderballs, you can look at the Beefaloes. These are wells drilled by experienced operators such as Mewburn, XTO, Earthstone to an extent. And so we're building the expectation of the first Bone Springs from that collection of experienced operators. And we look at the reservoir quality as similar across these developments. And the table on the bottom right is highlighting what the economic oil recovery will be, the associated CapEx to develop it, and then additionally, what's the before tax rate cash flow, and then what's the incremental rate of return. The important thing to note is this is based on a January 2026 strip price file. So this is This is based on the forward-looking, and this is what the financial markets are currently showing. And you can see that the rate of return is outstanding. So we find the statement that Matt Pride made as incorrect.
And is it your intention, is it Coterra's intention to drill the first and second Bone Spring laterals, even if they're not awarded operatorship of the third Bone Spring?
That's correct. These economics are strong.
And let's go to Coterra Rebuttal Exhibit number 3. Another rebuttal to the statement of Matt Pride. Can you discuss this exhibit?
So similarly to the first bone, the statement was also linked to the second Bone Spring viability, questioning whether the production and economics were warranted under the current pricing condition. So similarly, what we've shown here, the map on the left are the second Bone Spring laterals with the units named on there. Those names correlate and color code to the plot in the top right, and that's cumulative oil versus active months. And what we're showing here is the Coterra's forecast amongst these wells. In this particular instance, Pride's Ghost State wells are underperforming the Thunderballs a little bit, but more in the vicinity of the offsetting wells. And you can see that to the west, there's an additional development called the Cowbell that is showing strong results. The landing's a little bit different there, but it's showcasing, it's still second Bone Spring landing, but it's an upper second Bone Spring landing. But it's showing the potential on that western area as you're moving that way. So there's potential upside not captured here, but the economics in the bottom right are tied to the forecast you're seeing on the plot that's showing Coterra's second bone. You can see the oil recoveries here, although they're a little bit less than the first Bone Spring, it still warrants a 20% rate of return on the current strip price for oil, gas, and NGLs. So we think this is an economic project that our investors would want as well.
And let's go to Exhibit rebuttal exhibit 4, can you describe what this exhibit is, the purpose of it?
Yeah, this is to be transparent with our work. At the end of the day, we're here to showcase why we think we should operate it, why our development plan's the best. And so we want to be transparent with that idea. So as in our initial testimony or exhibits where we showcase the referenced well for the associated exhibits, this is the reference well list that go towards the exhibits in the rebuttal section. The 3 tables outlined are for the first Bone Spring, second Bone Spring, and third Bone Spring. And there's a couple of pages or a few pages showing the reference well lists that are utilized in showing these visuals.
I'm going to switch over to AFEs, specifically the one dated January 5th, 2006, that was attached as part of Coterra exhibit, I believe it was B3, Ms. St. Pierre's testimony. It's on page 59 of the revised, 57 of the PDF.
Yes, I see it.
We're going to pop that up.
Okay.
Okay. Were you involved is part of a reservoir engineer, are you involved in helping prepare AFEs?
Yes, we are. A part of AFE building is working with the completions team on what designs we want to pump, how many wells we're going to pump the design on at the time. Similarly with drilling, kind of working through what that development plan looks like and the timing of developing those wells on the pad. So at least at Coterra, reservoir engineers are very involved in the building out of these AFEs.
And were you in particular involved in the building out of this particular AFE?
Yes, I am. I can speak to the large portions of this. There might be a couple of areas where if there are specific questions, I might need to defer to my facilities engineer or drilling engineer, depending how specific they want to go on some of the categories.
Okay, in building this AFE, and as a general policy with Coterra, how do you handle contingencies?
Yeah, so we've drilled enough wells in this basin to understand that it's important to have contingencies. We build our plans based on empirical results. How quickly did it take how quickly did we drill a lateral? Did we run into any issues for a given horizon? These are all very important things that add to our experience and guide what we think costs are in the future. As we've noted, Coterra has been involved in many wells just through 2025. And we utilize that experience to quantify what we call contingencies. So these are unforeseen circumstances that, we're drilling in the earth 10,000 feet under the ground. There are just unforeseen circumstances that arise as you go through the development program. And so we account for contingency costs per well. And in this particular instance, we're accounting for, roughly $440,000 of contingency costs in case one of those events would arise. And that's per well. So every well we carry that cost.
And how are your completion plans, frac volumes and pressures, how are they handled in an AFE?
Yeah, so they're actually one of the largest categories for completion costs. You could see that on Pride's AFE. You can see that on ours. What frac design you're going to pump on the well is a direct impact to what the cost is, and it's the largest cost category, as I said, in completions. So for these AFEs in the third Bone Spring, Coterra has observed that there is additional uplift in hydrocarbon reserves by increasing the frac design from what has been what we call modern, so the 2,000 to 2,300 pounds and, the 45 barrels a foot completion, to those that are 2,600 pounds and 55 barrels a foot for frac water. And that costs additional money, but it comes with additional reserves. And we've had some success in other developments seeing that. And so this AFE includes a larger completion design, and that can cost easily over $500,000 to $1 million per well, depending on what you're comparing it to. So an example, it was stated by the reservoir engineer of Pride that he did not know what frac went in there, or I don't know if I understood him right, but he seemed like he didn't know. That's concerning when you're trying to give cost. But more importantly, I don't know how to compare costs if I don't know what you're pumping. And so if I just take their offsetting Go State wells, they pump something along the lines of 44, 45 barrels a foot of frac water. And we're talking about pumping 55 barrels a foot. So a considerable cost increase. So you would expect the completion cost to go up, but so does the reserves with that. And that's important to note. So if you're going to do a comparison of costs, you have to factor in what's the completion design associated to each well in the plan.
So one well might be $1 million more expensive than another well, and that could be due to factors such as contingencies built in and the more expensive well having a higher completion pressures and fluids.
Well, so yeah, so what I would say in this tangible example here, we're carrying about $440,000 of contingency. We're also building a tankless facility, which the facility engineer is going to go into more detail, but building a tankless facility to lower emissions and spills risk, being a prudent operator to the environment, that costs additional money, somewhere around $270,000 is what we estimate on this particular well. And then the frac volumes, in this particular instances, if we're comparing it to the Go State development frac size that is existing versus what we're proposing, it's just over, $500,000. And so if you add up all three of those cost categories, it's about $1.2 million of difference in cost. So when you hear the difference of cost put out by Pride, they have not addressed those categories that Coterra has, at least from what I can see in their AFE and the testimony that they presented today. And so you can take that, whatever they testified to, 1.4, 1.3 million, the numbers kind of change depending who was talking about it, and reduce that by, 1.2. And then the cost basis is very similar when you normalize for those categories. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know everything that went into their AFE, but to be transparent and to do that comparison, you need to understand those cost elements. Otherwise, the difference is useless.
And you were here with or virtually here, when Mr. Gifford testified that neither Pride's proposed well nor Coterra's the fractures, neither will frac downwards. Do you agree with that? And can you opine about that?
Yeah, so, like I mentioned earlier, to make broad statements about frac growth is kind of ill-advised. Frac growth, it was mentioned that stress is an important piece of frac growth, and Pride's reservoir engineer is absolutely right about that. Stress direction is important, but so is the porosity, the mineralogy of the rock. So depending how brittle or ductile a rock is, if a rock's more brittle, it'll frac easier. If it's more ductile, it won't. Depending what the clay is, determines if a fracture remains open once it's been filled with proppant. There are all these things to consider on frac growth and frac energy, and to make an assumption that, hey, we're going to grow so significantly higher than we are lower. Where's the evidence? Where's the data? So from our standpoint, we look at this as a common source of supply that you're going to drain, whether you're in the third bone or the upper Wolfcamp. The question is, do you get accelerations of rates like we observed in my exhibits, where we see much better oil productivity in the first 60 months than the Wolfcamp wells? That's what we're keying in on. Like I said, we look at it as a common source of supply. But on the frac energy, we expect both fracs to grow up and we expect both to grow down. And to predict how much it's going to grow up or down, it's very difficult. And I haven't seen data presented from Pride to state why they believe this. Not disputing that frac energy grows up, but I'd love to see data that says, hey, they're 100 feet or so many 100 feet lower than we are, but they expect their frac energy to grow that much more than ours up. I'd love to see the data. Haven't seen it.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed Showbiz 301H well, if drilled vis-a-vis Pride's Go State 401H well, which well will produce more reserves?
Yeah, so just given the quality of the Third Bone Spring, we feel confident that early productivity will be very high on the Third Bone Spring. As far as the long-term deliverability, it's difficult to tell, when you have a common source of supply, ultimately what would be the difference in those. But just based on the initial productivity of the Third Bone Springs, conventional wisdom would tell you it's going to have higher recoveries. And we see that, and we presented an example of that where we're seeing higher recoveries, at least the best we can with the analogs we've got nearby. I can't sit here today and tell you absolute that the Third Bone Spring will deliver more, but I feel confident with what I've seen, what we've presented, that at a very minimum they'll produce the same amount of reserves. Just potentially the Wolfcamp well would be produce it at a lower initial rate. That's my experience. We've developed 90 Third Bone Spring wells across the area, and over 1,000 other Wolfcamp type wells. So when you're looking at that, we're tapping into that experience that we've got. And if you combine the cumulative experience of everybody at Coterra that's working on trying to solve that, you'd be over 1,000, maybe even 2,000 years of experience if that's how we want to stack up experience.
And is there anything else that in your exhibits or statements that you would like to highlight here?
The only other comment, I would make in general about our AFE cost, we talked about those three main categories, is flowback cost. We capitalize flowback cost in our AFEs. It's tough to tell with Pride's AFE where that exactly is. But we capitalize the water disposal for the first 2 months because we can, and it benefits our working interest owners to capitalize it. We're also capitalizing flowback labor. Some operators like to look at that as an operating expense, which is not necessarily in the benefit for tax strategy for working interest owners. But each owner's got to make that decision. And so I don't know what's in Pride's AFE, but I know we account for those things also in our AFE. And that's all.
And I have a question about shared facilities, like the tankless battery and other shared facilities. If Coterra is awarded the 301H operatorship, are you going to be sharing facilities with, I think you testified about this, with the first Bone Spring and the second Bone Spring wells?
That's correct. They'll share the same pad and same facility, so there won't be any additional footprint on the surface.
And as far as costs go, are they going to be shared equally?
Yes, since they'll be developed at the same time, we look at those as sharing equal cost. And we would, if we brought other wells into the facility at a future date, we're very keen on making sure we make working interest partners whole. And that's something we're going through with a lot of the new regulations on commingling, is trying to understand how do you properly charge working interest partners. So it's at the forefront of our mind, and we think it's fair, since these wells are being developed for this facility, that they share in that cost.
And is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
Mr. Zimsky?
Yeah.
We're reaching the limit of this witness's testimony.
Okay.
I think we've asked that question already, if he had anything further, and he said what he had, and then there was another question. So if you're done, I'd like to pass the witness.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Sheen.
I would like more time to prepare for my cross-examination of Mr. Weinkoff in light of the rebuttal exhibits and the correction exhibit. So what I would suggest is that we come back in the morning for a cross of Mr. Weinkoff. I don't have any questions of the facilities engineer at this point, so I would suggest that we could wrap up with the facilities engineer today and come back in the morning fresh to cross Mr. Weinkoff.
That's fine. So what I'd like to do, though, is I'd like to see if Mr. McClure has any cross for Mr. Weinkoff first. Then I like your idea of taking the fourth witness. If now it is Mr. Zeminski's case. So if you don't want to present the fourth witness.
I totally agree. I think
you're okay with that.
Yeah, knock it out.
And then we can come back tomorrow morning to finish up. I am going to, what time, Mr. Court Reporter, what time can you be back up here?
As early as you can be.
8:30?
I can do that.
Okay, very good. I'd like to start tomorrow at 8:30. Okay. All right, so Mr. McClure, what questions, a quick cross-examination based on the direct and the rebuttal that you heard from Mr. Weinkoff?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Weinkoff, looking at your exhibit C-6, this is where we have the comparisons, I guess, between the Bone Spring 3 and the Upper Wolf Camp.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the what I believe to be the Beefalo HSU in section 6 and 7. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It appears that there's a laydown well that crisscrosses kind of the northern half of section 6. Do you see what I'm referring to?
I do.
Where is that well completed in?
Yeah, that's a vintage well that by our landings would be in the Third Bone Spring interval. Specifically, if you're wanting to know where within the Third Bone Spring, I would need to pull in my geologist to confirm that with you. But it's a vintage completion before 2012, I believe. I'd have to confirm.
Okay, we don't need an exact value, but based on what you just said, you believe it's been producing since prior to 2012. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe it's a very small completion. Like again, exact values I need to get back with you on it.
Do you feel it's possible that well, having produced for a number of years, might have contributed to the Beefalo's lower production?
It's an interesting question. As we look across this area, we try to figure out the impact of vintage wells. So it's a fair question. How I look at this is when you look at the percentage of lateral that's exposed to that vintage well, it ends up being a very small percentage when you compare it to the offsetting vintage wells. So what we typically see, and you can see this with Ghost State or any of these other modern developments, is when you're offsetting a vintage well, even though the productivity can look reasonable or good on those, the frac was very inefficient at tapping the resource. And so you don't see really any degradation on modern wells when you're offsetting the vintage well. So I make that comment to say, when we take that observation, and now we're looking at how does a well going across there impact it relative to if one was going vertically next to it, we see a similar behavior where we don't see necessarily a large impact on that. And in fact, after you remove that section 6 slant well through there and its proportion lateral that's exposed to the new wells, there's actually portions of the Beefalo that are unbound by the offsetting wells that you would have to also factor in that it has additional drainage width that the vintage well is not completing. So we don't see that being a major impact, just based on other observations in the south, as well as how wells react to each other when they're drilled, right next to each other. Does that make sense? That answer your question?
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. We're trying. Yeah, go ahead.
What is, just in sense of magnitude, what is the approximate probability that we're looking at in the Bone Spring 3 and Wolf Camp A?
I'd have to get back with you on what that value would be. I don't have that ready today.
Mr. McClure, Mr. Weinkoff, hold on one second. Mr. McClure, for the questions that you've asked, including this one that the witness wants to get back to you, is that something you're open to?
I mean, we're bringing them back tomorrow anyway. Mr.
Right.
Weinkoff, would you have enough time this afternoon to look into some of these things?
Yes, let me make a list for you. So your question here is about the porosity of the Third Bone Spring, correct?
The permeability more so than porosity, but
yeah. I mean, we'll take a look at it and see if we can come to a reasonable estimate of what it can be. I'm sure, as you're aware, as you've done a lot of these, it's challenging to be precise. But we'll take a look at it and see what we can derive in overnight.
Mr. Weinkauf, the question was to the permeability of both formations.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And also, Mr. McClure asked a question earlier, and you said you weren't sure about the intersecting well or the laydown well. You had another.
Completion. Yeah, the
Yes.
completion size of that well. I can come prepared with information on that well.
Please, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And Mr. Weinkauf, in addition to the completion information on that northern half of Section 6 well, if we have like a cumulative oil production, something along those lines, to see how much drawdown we've actually had.
Yeah, we can pull that information. Like I mentioned, you know, you're offsetting other wells that have high cum on some of these other examples. So the behavior is very similar that we would see. Is there anything in particular you would want to view from that lens of just seeing what a normal offset of a modern vintage well looks like? Tempting.
Well, I'm just thinking if you had additional I mean, if you have additional information that you think would be useful, then I guess you can feel free to bring that forth. Like, for instance, like the cumulative values of you know, I'll pull that back. I guess I don't know how many bites of the apple we want to give out here. I guess specifically, if you want to just limit it to that slant well, as we're referring to it in the upper, in the northern half of Section 6.
Yeah, sure. Happy to. What format would you like that in? Do you want that in an exhibit slide, something similar to what you're seeing here, just a verbal conveyment of information?
Just a verbal conveyment will be fine.
Okay.
Now, earlier you stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that these reservoirs has a permeability such that even if the frac does not go across the entire reservoir, you're still going to have the same ultimate recovery. Did I understand that correctly?
I constrained it more to be the comment of the two proposed landings are within 100 feet of each other, and we think that it will tap the common source supply in either case. I didn't specify, you know, the full extent. In fact, more of the opposite of saying we know we have, you know, a frac barrier above the Third Bone Spring sand, and so it's challenging to know how you know, if we don't think you're going to frac through it, but to what extent you frac the reservoir, that's challenging. Our comments are simply either one of these landings is going to tap the common source of supply. And so
what are you based?
Well, there's a development down south that's called the Black and Tan development, where they've developed Third Bone Spring wells and then tried to develop Lower Wolfcamp wells. And the added reserves from the Lower Wolfcamp wells, I believe there were 5 or 6, I can't remember the exact number, Third Bone Spring wells. And then drilled underneath it, there was another 5 or 6 Wolfcamp wells drilled after the Third Bone Spring wells. And so in that particular example, the oil recovered from all of those Wolfcamp wells was below 300,000 or 400,000 barrels for all the wells. So it's kind of difficult to tease out, you know, any potential mechanical damage, but that was evidence for us to realize that these are tapping into that common source. So the question is, what's the most effective way to tap that? And that ultimately is how quickly can you bring that production and accelerate it? And what's the risk associated? And we've got great Third Bone Spring examples offsetting our unit.
Well, assuming that the example that you bring forth is comparable or can be brought into this particular part of the reservoir, what are you contributing the ability of the Bone Spring 3 wells to produce the entirety of the Wolfcamp A to?
You're asking to what extent do I think are the Third Bone wells going to drain it?
Well, you've already testified that it is going
Right.
to drain it, correct?
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification on your question.
Okay, assuming that the Bone Spring 3 well can drain the entirety of the Wolfcamp A well, what do you contribute that to?
A common source of supply that when your fracture energy is growing within that, you're tapping into that same rock. So some of that's going to be related to the fracture network. Some of that's going to potentially be related to the communication above and below between the third bone and the upper Wolfcamp. So as that's been testified by both sides, there's no frac barrier between those wells. So you can have communication vertically without fractures, although fractures help accelerate that. So ultimately, the fractures are tapping into that same common source.
And when you reference a single common source, are you basing that off of there's the permeability is such that you're going to have flow through the matrix?
Yeah, looking at what we think the permeability and the porosity is of that sand interval, and then looking at what are carbonate barriers between those landings. So if you don't have those carbonate barriers, whether they're thin interbedded carbonate barriers or whether they're larger ones, impact on what level of communication you would have within the reservoir. And so, since we've looked at the cross section, both sides look at it that there is not that barrier. We're kind of utilizing the barriers as well as the characteristics. And I think Stacy can chime in here too if you have any follow-up questions relating to rock properties.
And when you're referencing your upper confining layer or your upper frac barrier, are you inferring that would cause the frac to grow downward?
It's tough to tell what when you hit the barrier, what the effect is. Sometimes you hit a barrier and it can spread out. Sometimes the energy can be spent with just in your defined area. Sometimes you can have frac energy that might go through it, but then isn't effectively propped area. So you're starting to get into the speculation of what happens to the frac energy. What we've observed is looking at just like the long-term communication between horizons, the thicker those carbonate barriers are between wells, we don't observe that long-term communication between wells, and some of them might not even be impacted depending on that carbonate thickness. So looking at what's effectively propped that's contributing to the EUR, we're basing just on empirical data looking at those carbonate barriers and other areas.
Still looking at this exhibit C6, your Wolfbone forecast, it appears that you just base that purely off of the GO state. Is that correct?
No, actually, we're utilizing a recovery factor model. So we're looking at the recoveries of wells that are analogous in the area relative to their spacing and the completion fluid that's pumped on them. And then we apply the resource that's in place for this particular well slot, and then apply what we think the recovery factor is based on the spacing and completion design of the analog wells. And so when we're seeing this is confirmation that we've got a good model. Is the GO state wells here are developed amongst an offsetting well, vintage completion. They look like a good third bone spring well result. And so we see our models very closely tied to that, which since the resource in place is similar, it's a good gut check that our model is doing right. So we're deploying that. We're also trying to account for any potential impact. The GO state wells drilled really close to that western line and potentially might be stealing reserves from our unit. And so we've accounted for some potential degradation relating to reserves being withdrawn. I believe Pride's reservoir engineer testified to potential concerns around depletion or pressure depletion within the well slot. So we've accounted for that, which is why you see it kind of being a little bit lower than what the GO state wells are. But we didn't use GO state directly as the analog, but we utilized the recovery factor model that included them.
Now, by saying that you accounted for them, are you referring to just depleted reserves or a pressure sink due to those depleted reserves, directing your frac towards them?
Yeah, we're looking at what we're doing is we're looking at situations where you're offsetting a modern well development with a modern well. So as I mentioned earlier, when a modern well offsets a vintage well, we really don't see a lot of interference or impact on the new well just based on the productivity of that new well. But when you offset a modern well to a modern well, there can be some level of difference in the productivity of the well. And so it's difficult to tease out, as I'm sure you can appreciate, how much of that is from the pressure sink and how much of that is from the reserves pulled out. But the pressure sink's there because reserves are pulled out and your frac energy is being driven towards those areas. So they're, in my opinion, they go hand in hand. It's tough to tease out what percentage of each of those are. But we look at analogs that offset those modern wells, and then we build an expectation that we think reserves will be impacted by X percentage based on the reservoir in oil in place, the frac design, the distance of those wells, and then we apply that model to our recovery factor model to derive an expectation.
Do you think completing in this proposed unit within the Wolfcamp A instead of the Bone Spring 3 would alleviate some of that depleted reservoirs and pressure sink from the Ghost 8 wells?
I don't, as I've testified, we're looking at it as a common source that you're going to tap into with your fracture network and drain. So whether you're landing in the Wolfcamp or only 100 feet higher to where we're proposing in the Third Bone Spring, you're tapping that same rock and you're tapping that in a well that's drilled in the Third Bone Spring, but is still part of that common source that's been defined. And so it's going to interact with it. In fact, I believe it was Pride's reservoir engineer that testified that they thought they were going to frack through the Third Bone Spring. If you're saying your frac energy is going to go through the Third Bone Spring, and then you're making a comment that there's potential depletion or pressure sink from the offsetting Ghost State well, then by default you have to say that your Wolfcamp well is going to be exposed to any potential or similar impact of that Third Bone Spring well. Otherwise, you're saying the fracture network isn't adequately tapping it, which didn't seem like that was the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Weinkoff. Mr. Hearing Examiner, noting that I'll have additional questions tomorrow morning. I believe I'm finished with questions for this expert at this point.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Weinkoff, you have a list of the follow-up data that Mr. McClure wants, right?
I do. Yes,
All
Mr.
right,
Dean.
perfect. And we're going to start at 8:30 Mountain Time tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. So, Mr. Zimsky, I would ask for redirect, but at this point, let's wait until Mr. McClure is done, Ms. Shaheen is done, and I'll come back to you. Why don't we, it's 3:30 now. Your final witness, do you think you can complete that? It looks like, Mr. Court Reporter, we will need you for tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
I know we have you reserved, but, so we'll see you at 8:30. So, Mr. Zimsky, would you like to call your fourth witness? Okay, Mr. Boyle, I remind you that you're under oath. Mr. Zimsky, go right ahead.
Yes,
I think Mr. Zimsky's microphone might be off.
Thank you, Mr. McClure.
good afternoon, Mr. Boyle. Can you introduce yourself to the tribunal here?
Yes, sir. I am Calvin Boyle, facility engineer for Coterra.
Let's go through your I think 4 exhibits. Let's look at Exhibit D1. Can you explain what the purpose of this exhibit is, what it shows?
Yes, sir. My main point here is that we're going to have about 7.8 acres of disturbance, and that's a well pad and a CTB pad. And my main point here is that we're going to build that pad and this CTB, whether we have this third Bone Spring well or not, because this will be used for the first Bone Spring and the second Bone Spring wells. So for this last well, or the well that we're talking about today, there will be no additional surface disturbance.
Is there anything else on that exhibit that you want to discuss?
No.
Let's go to Exhibit D2, Coterra tankless comparison. Can you explain the difference between tankless and tanked batteries?
Yes, sir. On the right, you'll see our older tank facility. This is what we used to build. And we've been pushing our emissions and spill enhancements so that we can have lower emissions and lower spills. So on the right, you'll see our old tank facility, and on the left, you'll see our tankless facility. One thing that does confuse people is they don't think we have storage on these facilities, but as you can see on the left picture, you'll see 4 larger vessels. Those are our surge vessels, which are just in place of tanks. So basically, we've removed tank facilities or atmospheric vessels, and instead we install surge vessels or pressure vessels. And with that, we're able to remove our high pressure emissions devices, and that helps us drive our emissions down significantly. As you can see in the table on the bottom, our tank facilities typically fail about 8% of the times when we go out there and check them, compared to our tankless, which is at 0%. And that's just because we have engineered out our main failure devices, which are thief hatches and endolines. And then on the bottom, we're able to run them at a little bit higher pressure, not much, but a little bit because of the way the flare works. So we've been able to drive up our CVS percent capture, or closed vent system. And that's the gas that is flashing out of the oil. We're able to capture more of that than a tank facility because we have a wider pressure band. So we're able to go up from 78% to about 96%.
And let's go to Exhibit D3, Operations Environmental Overview. Can you give us a quick rundown on this exhibit?
Yes, sir. On this slide, I'm just showing all of the things we do to lower our emissions and lower our spills. So like I just talked about, these are surge vessel facilities. We have 0 high risk emissions devices. We've completely engineered that out. We also remove the high pressure flare. We have 100% takeaway, and we shut in if we have high line pressure. And then we also have redundant VRUs, or vapor recovery units, to increase our percent capture on our flash gas. And then finally, for spills, we add stainless piping in. We have leak detection off of our transfer pumps. We put berm switches in to make sure if there is a leak, we can catch it quickly. And then lastly, we have containment around our equipment so that it never hits the dirt, or is very unlikely anyways.
And so is it more expensive to have this type of design than an older design? It
Yes,
doesn't
sir.
have all
In
those
order
safety.
to,
Go ahead.
yes, sir. Just environmental, to be more environmentally friendly, that does come with a cost. There is no free lunch. So to get lower emissions, it comes with a price. To lower our spills, that also comes with a price. So some of this drives it up a little bit.
And what's the cost difference between a tank battery and a tankless battery?
For the Showbiz facility, I expect it to cost about $800,000 more for all the things that are on this slide.
And that would be shared.
That's total, not per well.
Okay, and so that'd be shared equally by all the working interest owners in all
Yes, sir,
3
that's
wells.
correct. Yes, sir.
And let's go to D4. Can you describe what these metrics are?
It's really blurry for a second. But yes, I can. So we have flare intensity on the left, greenhouse gas intensity on the top right, and then methane intensity in the bottom right. These are all metrics that are pretty standard across the industry in how we're measuring our emissions footprint. And all the things that I've been talking about helps us drive this down year over year. And as you can see on the left, our flare intensity, which is how much we flare divided by the amount of gas we produced, has been driven down year after year. On the top right, on our greenhouse gas intensity, or metric tons of CO2 equivalent per million barrels of oil equivalent, is also driven down over time. And on the bottom right, our methane intensity, which is metric tons of methane divided by our MBOE produced, which is also driven down significantly. And I'd like to point out that these are really good metrics. Even back in 2021, we were doing really well, but over time, Coterra still strives to drive that number down as low as we can.
And are these metrics reported to the EPA?
Yes, sir.
And so they're public information.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else that regarding your exhibits that you'd like to speak to?
No, I think that summed it up.
And I'll tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Shaheen.
I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I do have some questions for Mr. Boyle.
Please.
Mr. Boyle, looking at your exhibit D4, this is your slide about percentage of flared versus produced.
Yes, sir.
You're referencing that in 2021, Coterra, or I guess the pre-existing to Coterra, because that's before Coterra 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so but essentially that is 0.5% was flared of the produced volume. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then in 2023, it went down to, well, a little less than 0.2%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
How much of that change do you contribute to tankless facilities?
I'd say a significant amount of it. Before, a long time ago, we weren't catching all of the gas off of our tanks. Like you saw, like 78% is what we're catching off the tanks, compared to bumping that up to like 96%. So when we're able to capture that ignition, that amount of gas, that helps significantly. On top of that, in the meantime, in there, we got rid of our high pressure flare, and that drives it down significantly. We've had a huge push for reducing our, how would I say this? Just produced gas from the separator, the high pressure gas that would normally go directly to cells without needing a VRU to capture it. We've driven that down significantly too, but that was probably the biggest part of it. But there's a reasonable amount of this that was driven down just due to the surge vessels.
Let me see if I can find the page that I'm looking for. Within your exhibit, you discuss the costs associated, correct, Mr. Boyle?
Yes, I believe so.
Which page is that on? Because I'm...
Okay, so the cost, we just brought that up. I think that was in Kent's slides. All the costs were in Kent's slides.
I need an exhibit number, Mr. Boyle.
Mm-hmm. You mean the total, like the AFE cost?
Yes, I'm looking at exhibit C3. Is that correct?
Yeah, C3 is in there. Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. St. Pierre said that you were the proper witness to talk about costs associated with the wells and facilities. Is that correct, or should I be asking Mr. Weinkoff?
No, I can answer.
Okay. Like looking at this, well, just shy of $11 million cost that was in the AFE for this well.
Yes, sir.
Does that include the share of the facility?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. So then that is the entirety of the cost then?
Yes, sir. So the it's showing 2.358 million for this one well, but it's the same number for each of the other wells because they're all sharing the total facility cost. The incremental, if we were just to build the facility for just the first bone and the second bone wells, it would be about about $600,000 less. But since we're dividing it by 3 wells, it's all shared, and that brings us to about the 2.3. So the incremental for this one well is only about $600,000. But when you divide it by, when it's shared with the other 3 wells, that's what brings it up to about 2.4.
Now, 2.4 is the entire cost of the facility, though. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's split. It's 7 million is the total cost of the facility.
Oh, excuse me. I was looking one line too far to the right. I see that. So the 2.358 is the million is the cost of the facility. Is that correct?
That's this one well's portion of the facility.
Yeah, I apologize. That was what my question was, and you you answered what what I intended my question to be, I guess, rather than my actual question. But that approximately 2.4 million, that is included in the 11 million total. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions for this expert witness.
Thank you. Did that raise any redirect for you?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Boyle. You may be excused. All right,
Thank you.
we are going to go into recess. Why don't we talk for a moment about how the parties want to handle post-hearing submissions? You mentioned written closing arguments. I don't know what Mr. McClure wants. Mr. McClure, what do you think will be helpful to you to make a decision?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I kind of like the way we did the last competing case, and that was have them go and give us written closing arguments and include a substantial portion of it to discussing the different assorted criteria that the division uses to evaluate these competing cases.
Okay, so basically structure it around the 7 factors.
Yes, absolutely. And then I think we gave a 10-page count last time, maybe.
We did.
Yeah, something similar to that makes sense.
Do you want citations to the record in the closing argument?
I mean, yeah, if it helps for them, it would make sense for them to cite where they're getting their arguments for the 7 different criteria from.
Well, I don't know if it helps them, but it helps me and it helps you. And if you're going to make an argument, it needs to be based on the record. So it does need to be cited to the record.
And I'm not sure if it's the same case, but we did that relatively recently with the limit on 10 pages.
Yes.
Which was difficult to stick to 10
Would you like
pages.
more than 10?
And especially if we're going to cite to the
Right.
record.
I figured that's what you were going to ask. So you want to go 15?
15 sounds good.
All right. Mr. Zemsky,
15 sounds fine.
you're okay with that?
Yes.
All right. Now, the record generally takes about 2 weeks to get a transcript. Is that right, Mr. Court Reporter?
That's correct.
Thought so.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, Mr. McClure.
Prior to talking dates, I wonder if we should hash out the discussion about notice.
Okay, we can definitely do that. That's a good point. So, Miss Shaheen, in your notice published, I don't know about the letter that was mailed. Mr. McClure, is it for both the letter and the? It is. Okay.
It is. That's correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. So, Miss Shaheen, you had made a typo in your notice. You used the wrong case number. I think your case number in your notice ends in 64, but it should have been 62 if I'm correct. Right, Mr. McClure?
That's correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right. Now, luckily for you, Ms. Shaheen, if someone comes and looks at that case number in the imaging system, it has all the documents for both cases there. And you can thank Freya for that she puts, I mean, that's a lot of work for her. She puts all the documents in every case. That being said, I'm going to ask both parties. So Mrs. Zemke, I'm going to get to you. Ms. Sheen, is there anything you feel you need to do to cure or potentially cure notice?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, this has been pending for quite some time. And I believe there are folks who have entered in appearance, and even those who have entered in appearance, I don't see them here. So I don't think it's necessary to cure that.
Okay, so then why don't we, I'm first going to hear from Mr. Zimsky, but my recommendation to you is to thoroughly read your notice. Read both your written individual notice and read your publication tonight. And because I'm going to bring this back up again tomorrow to see if you see anything in the notice that needs potential curing. Mr. Zimsky, based on what I said, the case number being 64 instead of 62, is there an argument that notice needs to be cured?
Based on the fact that I think we're 64.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That I think people got proper notice, despite the typo.
Right. I mean, it's not like the legal description was wrong or something substantive was wrong. It's a case number, and the case number still goes to a folder in the imaging system that has all the documents. So for me, I'm generally comfortable, but I wondered what the arguments might be, pro and con. So Ms. Shaheen, I'm still going to come back to you in the morning. Really, it's your responsibility to review carefully, and we're going to get out early, so you'll have time. And also, so now I've put that aside for now. Knowing that you have some rebuttal exhibits, all of your exhibits have been admitted based on stipulation by Mr. Zimsky, and all of his have been admitted either through stipulation by you or from my ruling that the rebuttal exhibits get to come in. Will you have any more exhibits? You will.
One.
One.
We have one Sir rebuttal
A
exhibit.
Sir rebuttal. Okay, fine. Is that something you already have?
Yes,
Have you sent it to Mr. Zimsky?
I don't believe so.
Okay, good. So would you, after we're done today, please send it to Mr. Zimsky? Which witness does it come in under?
Mr. Pride, I believe.
Oh, the landman.
Yes.
Is it, and it's to rebut something that they rebutted?
Yes.
What's the general topic? I mean, you're going to send it,
Let me
right?
see.
So it's not a
I
secret.
think it's no, it's no secret. It's just, can I remember?
Oh, I see.
I don't know. Those are the rebuttal exhibits. See if I can find it. It has to do with Third Bone Spring well info,
Okay.
I believe.
It's kind of cryptic.
Yeah, that was cryptic.
But
Yes.
we'll find, we'll get it.
But
Is it-
it's.
I think it has to do with the rebuttal testimony relating to Pride's, I'm forgetting what the proper word is right now because I'm tired. But it has to do with Pride's operations of certain Third Bone Spring wells and the profitability of those wells.
Okay. Okay. All right, very good. Is there anything before we go off the record, Ms. Sheen?
Not that I can think of.
Mr. Zimsky,
Not that I can think of.
what about your co-counsel? Nothing? All right. Okay. All right, so we will come back on the record at 8:30 tomorrow morning. At that time, we will hear more about the notice. We will deal with notice. We will also deal with deadlines for post-hearing submission since we didn't get to that today, but we did talk about, yes.
Paula Vance has her hand raised, so after we get done, I think she wants to talk to you.
I'm sure she does, and I'm used to Paula Vance's hand being up At all times. I will get to you, Ms. Vance, I promise, but let me finish my sentence. We'll deal with post-hearing submission deadlines tomorrow as well. We did talk about a 15-page limit. We talked about closing argument being written and having citations to the record if you want Mr. McClure to consider the argument. It must be cited. Anything not cited won't be considered. So I'll let you know now. And we're starting at 8:30 tomorrow, Mr. Court Reporter. So we'll let you in early. Obviously, you can leave your equipment here because the room will be locked.
Okay.
So that'll make your life easier there. Ms. Vance?
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know, regarding my, case from this morning, 25534, that I did file that revised hearing packet per Mr. McClure's request. So, he should have that available. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, that you have that, filed.
Okay, thank you. Good night, Mrs. Vance. All right,
Good
so
night.
we will see everyone tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.